Stream elements. Said. Bobtus_ is now live. Streaming the Stanley Parable, Ultra Deluxe, Parabolathon, 2 Elevator Travel. You are in the present bell after the sequel door green circle video cassette please_wait 8.
a Zen poem which says, "A sudden crash of thunder, the mind doors burst open, and there sits the ordinary old man." See, there's this sudden vision, Satori, breaking, wowie, and the doors of the mind are blown apart, and there sits the ordinary old man. That's just little you, you know. Lightning flashes, sparks shower. In one blink of your eyes, you've missed seeing.
We are playing a game.
Why? Because here is the light. The light, the light, the light. Every mystic in the world has seen the light. That brilliant, blazing energy, brighter than 1,000 suns, which is locked up in everything. Now imagine this. Imagine you're seeing it. Like you see aureoles round Buddhas. Like you see the beatific vision at the end of Dante's Paradiso. Vivid, vivid light, so bright that it's like the clear light of the void in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. It's beyond light. It's so bright. And you watch it receding from you. And on the edges, like a great star that becomes a rim of red. And beyond that, a rim of orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. You see this great mandala appearing, this great sun. And beyond the violet there's black, like obsidian, not flat black, but transparent black, like lacquer. And again, blazing out of the black as the yang comes from the yin, more light. Going, going, going. And along with this light, there comes sound. There's a sound so tremendous with the white light that you can't hear it. So piercing that it seems to annihilate the ears. But then along with the colors, the sound goes down the scale in harmonic intervals, down, 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 until it gets to a deep, thundering bass, which is so vibrant that in turn it turns into something solid. And you begin to get the similar spectrum of textures. Now all this time you've been watching a kind of a thing radiating out. But it says, you know, this isn't all I can do. And the rays start going dancing like this. And naturally the sound starts going, waving too, as it comes out. And then the textures start varying themselves. And they say, well, you've been looking at this thing as I've been describing it so far in a flat dimension. Let's add a third dimension. It's going to come right at you now. See, this way. And meanwhile, it says it's not just that we're going to go yui like this. We're going to do little curly cues. We're going to go like this. And it says, well, that's just the beginning. We can go making squares and turns. And then suddenly you see in all the little details that become so intense that all kinds of little sub-figures are contained within what you thought were originally the main figure. And the sound starts going, all different, amazing, complexities of sound all over the place. And this thing's going, 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 and you think it's going to go out of your mind, and suddenly it turns into... why, us, sitting around here. Thank you very much.
Boptis_ said. Re-E3 experiencing the Re experience https://www.twitch.tv/videos/998311653.
This is the moment where you make decisions that will trap you or set you free. I couldn't be somebody to make the grades, to get a good job, to be somebody. And slowly and gradually, I realized it's about love. It's about you. It's about your passion to do what you want to do in the moment, in the now. This is not time. This is eternal. And yes, I'm very passionate about not being serious. I'm very passionate. About. I want to see the world where the global heart is awakened. That is what team I'm on. And it's not too late because it's all about how you think. Wouldn't you want people to encourage each other instead of judge each other? Stop! You're all looking at me! You're judging me! No! It's an illusion. Huh? I just tricked myself. It's the moment. I just taught you nothing! Because you already know what's important. You're important! Love! Dreams! People! Relationships! Friends! Laughter! Yes! 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 Together, everybody! Together! Together! Yes! We're in it together! Whether you like it or not! So love! Here! Now!
So the world doesn't come thing, it doesn't come evented. You and I are all as much continuous with the physical universe as a wave is continuous with the ocean. The ocean waves, and the universe peoples. And as the wave, I wave at you and say, you! The world is waving at you, at me with you, and saying, hi, I'm here. But our consciousness, the way we feel and sense our existence, being based on a myth that we are made, that we are parts, that we are things, our consciousness has been influenced so that each one of us does not feel that. We feel we have been hypnotized, literally hypnotized, by social convention into feeling and sensing that we exist only inside our skins. That we are not the original bang, but just something out on the end of it. And therefore we are scared stiff. Because my wave is going to disappear. And I'm going to die. And that would be awful. We've got a mythology going now, which, as Father Maskell put it, we're nothing but something that happens between the maternity ward and the crematorium. And that's it. And therefore everybody feels unhappy and miserable. You know, this is what people really believe today. You may go to church, you may say you believe in this, that, and the other, but you don't. Even Jehovah's Witnesses, who are the most fundamentalists, they're polite when they come round and knock at the door. But if you really believed in Christianity, you would be screaming in the streets. But nobody does. You would be taking full-page ads in the paper every day. You would have the most terrifying television programs. The churches would be going out of their minds if they really believe what they teach. But they don't. Now imagine yourself with a spherical eye. You see all around. Now what's in the middle? See? Even if I have all this behind me in view, suddenly I will find that there is something in the middle of it all. There's a hole in the middle of reality. Like now, there seems to be not so much a hole but a wall, but any animal which had eyes in the back of its head would have the sensation I'm describing. Now, you may say to me, it's a curious thing. How can I face the fact of nothing, which is by definition not a fact? You see? Why, that's one of the people who want to rule the world. It's to frighten you about death. Death is real, see? I mean, don't indulge in wishful thinking. All you people who dream of an afterlife, heavens, and gods, and mystical experiences in eternity, oh, you don't face the facts. What facts? How can I face the fact of nothing, which is by definition not a fact? You see? All this is eternity, from whichever way you look at it. So if you really go the whole way and see how you feel at the prospect of vanishing, of all your efforts and all your achievements and all your attainments turning into dust, nothingness, what is the feeling? What happens to you? It's a curious thing that in the world's poetry, this is a very common theme. The earthly hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes, or it prospers, and anon, like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting a little hour or two, is gone. All kinds of poetry
theme of transience. And there's a kind of nostalgic beauty to it. The banquet hall deserted. After the revelry, all the guests had left, gone their ways. The table with overturned glasses, crumpled napkins, breadcrumbs, dirty knives and forks, and the laughter echoes only in one's mind. Then the echo goes. The memory, the traces are all gone. That's the end.
Oz.
Can we read the notes?
I found these items. There were more, but this is as much as I can show. Your note from today called If You Can't Wake Up says, if you can't wake up, you should. Human wake
slight amount of buzz. Sound check right now. It sounds pretty good. Okay, first of all, I need to preface this with a comment from earlier today. I'm just pulling that up right now. Okay, got it. Let's put this up on the screen too. Essentially asking a question that is extremely fundamental right now. And that question is how to meditate. How to do it. Okay, yes. Let's connect this. Okay. Okay, so this is actually the starting point where we are. How to meditate. To meditate, you actually flow through a very overt and physical sequence. At the moment you arrive in the now, you're actually experiencing intense fun that washes away what's commonly described as overthinking, or as being stuck, unable to watch your thoughts. In essence, it's a compulsive kind of a feeling. And it's a feeling we actually get trapped in as a matter of, we're basically kind of programmed to get trapped there in the current state of our culture, at least where I am. So the problem about this flow to meditate is if you fail to understand that there are other steps besides that part that walks you up to that. And then there are also subsequent steps that constitute stop, so that you may even start again. I've been studying this without realizing I was studying it for most of my life. It started with the Nintendo Entertainment System and Game Boy. The real secret that I'm trying to give away is the fact that it's intensely fun and joyful moment. People don't realize that. It's jamming. Now is not something you can grab and engage for days non-stop. I can't teach you how to do it, but the next best thing is a method that I call creating your instructions. So what I try to do here in my monastery specifically is invite people in to discuss it, to discover the questions that we're looking for. Discovering the question is actually the first step of creating your instructions. Now, so Alan Watts on this topic says that this is actually one of the very first Watts audio I ever heard. It comes from Do You Do It or Does It Do You, Part 3, which is like the bonus disc, the meditation help, like the actual guide kind of extra. When they first released this, it was put out on CDs and tapes, I believe. And so the Part 3 is not a lecture, it is a guide, essentially. And Alan says in that talk, or in that guide rather, the easiest way to get into the meditative state is to start by listening. But the way he says that is actually hilarious to me, because he kind of hid the answer or the secret inside that sentence. It's actually not possible to start by listening. It just won't work. You have to actually start by creating your words. Well, I use the term creating your words, but what I mean is if you don't find your own words, you don't exist. You cannot watch or listen at all, not for one single particle. You cannot do the slightest amount of listening until you find your own words. So, where I am at is a place of realized identity as a monk. I literally had to leave the social contract that I came here from, or that I was born in. They attempted to program me, and basically I wasn't able to be educated. I wasn't able to be programmed. The beginning of my message to me came forth before I had any other part of the message, and it is what is contained in my username. Although there was only the words repeated twice, but there was only one obtuse in the name when it first came out, indicating the beginning, the front entryway of sorts. Basically, the blue gate is a symbol for that, and many other things. In my path, my adventure up to here in this game that I'm playing. So the second one came in much later, but I still hadn't gone through the door yet, but I needed both of them there to be able to actually open up the gate. But the name's the very, very beginning of the message that I contain, essentially. Almost lost my place here. But yeah, before I had any other part of the message constituting my own words that I found and created, it was just the single word, the single name for an entity called obtuse. So there's something 100% spontaneous, cannot be known, predicted, or asserted, and it can only be seen by accident. So what I just said about naming my inmost voice before I even knew that that's how I got the name and it was speaking to me, it was an accident. I accidentally picked it up and started building. the path upon each brick of the message, scaffolding on the way up. So that was a large tangent, because what we're actually talking about right now is Alan Watts telling you that the easiest way to get into the meditative state is starting by listening. So to see the inside and outside world as one happening, where no time exists, that's only a very, very small piece of awareness. It's essentially the smallest one. Like in a singularity, you have the theoretically largest amount of mass in the theoretically smallest amount of point, a singularity point. And that's literally what seeing outside, inside as one happening means. It's the furthest in point that you can approach. You can never actually all the way reach it. I feel like the only way you actually all the way reach it is literally death. It's literally the event of ending your event and going into the interval. So let's start right there and catch this. You can't try to listen. Exactly. Because you cannot try to listen. It's just awareness. It's not something you can do by trying to do it. That's why I find it so interesting that the supposed how-to content that comes with do you do it or does it do you, he's literally saying you start by listening. That's not true. You don't start by listening. So then that brings us to the question. Well, then how do you start? How do you do... Alan Watts spent his life asking this question of his teachers who wanted him to do the great thing or make the great thing, etc. He would ask them. They said he just didn't work. He didn't do the work, and so he wanted to know, well, how do you work? How do you do that? So that question is essentially where we are when we are asking. So if you don't start by listening and you can't start by listening, then how do you work? How do you do whatever is prerequisite to get to that part where you start by listening? Because it's not the real start.
This morning I was discussing the joke of death. And it's going.
There is a current and never-ending now in the fourth dimension, the timeless realm. So this is currently your question. What does it actually take to get lost in one's head along the way? What constitutes that? Listening to thoughts as another sense impression. Just awareness, like sound. You can see it. So this is a question I've been writing lately, which is, can you see a noise? Can you hear gazing? Okay, yeah, if you take the definition of the word listening at its fundamental, most basic, objective meaning and purpose of the word, you are simply describing sitting, essentially. You're describing sitting still. You're not trying to to go anywhere. You're just literally trying to examine what's right here. And experience it, essentially. That's what essentially happens when you get startled into it. So the mechanism of a jump scare, of a startle, is it's actually only half of the picture. There's plenty of ways that don't constitute getting startled by something that scares you, that all of a sudden snaps your attention away from what it was. This is called the orienting reflex. And I would say that rather than starting by listening, you first have to orient yourself. You have to experience the orienting reflex, or else you have no chance. You absolutely cannot. You can't listen, you can't study what's here, what's right now in front of you, without getting oriented. So to ask the question, what does it mean to get lost in my head? It means you're not oriented. I mean, this sentence even contains the word lost. It's explicitly saying we are not oriented. So what we need is to get oriented. What we need is juice. Is the sentence I pulled from Watts, from the Joker, on this.
Suppose you may think it rather.
Well, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to deliver the last word at this convention. So I'm going to start with a couple of methodological claims, I guess, so that you have some sense of what I'm going to do today. I want to talk about both religion and neuroscience, but I want to talk about them in a particular way. Now, it seems to me that the dialogue between two disciplines is only fruitful if it's mutually revelatory, which means that there's no point in studying religion from the perspective of neuroscience unless it can tell you something about neuroscience that you wouldn't otherwise learn. And equally, there's no point in talking about religion from the perspective of neuroscience if neuroscience can't tell you anything you didn't know about religion. Now, what I'm hoping to do today is to offer you a theory that's unified in a number of particular ways. It's scientific in that it adheres to the tenets of objective rationality. I'm not going to tell you anything today that I think will force you to extend your capacity for belief beyond what would be required to formulate your day-to-day beliefs. But I also want to present a theory that's integrally moral in its orientation, and that's something that segregates it from standard objective theories, which virtually by principle have little to say about patterns of action or morality in the world. All right, so that means that the total theory that I present has to be meaningfully descriptive as objective science and moral in the same manner as mythology and religion. Okay. I also want to introduce you to the real title of my talk, which I suppose is an analog of the title I showed you, although it may not seem so at first glance. And I think it's a particularly appropriate title given the nature of this conference, and it should be sufficiently radical to annoy both the neuroscientists and any among you who have particular religious predispositions. It's a neuropsychologically predicated model of why you might be Christ. Okay, well, the first claim I want to make is this, is that there is more than one valid way of construing the world, and I don't think that this is a particularly dramatic claim. It was established originally by David Hume, at least in part, who observed that no matter how much you know about the constituent nature of the material world, there's no infallible way of deriving appropriate moral prescriptions from that knowledge. So just because you have a complete set of rules, say for example regarding the transformations of material reality, that will not provide you with an unerring guide to how you should behave. And I would say that for human beings, although we've been warped in some sense by the tremendous emphasis on science that the Western world has developed in the last 400 years, the primary emphasis for human beings is not precisely what constitutes the descriptive nature of the objective world. And the reason for that is that we aren't information processing machines, despite the fact that modern people tend to use metaphors derived from fields such as computer science. Our primary concern is not so much what is, but what should be. And what that means in large part is that what we're essentially dealing with from moment to moment in the world is how to orient ourselves in the world with regards to action. We want to know not what is so much as what we should do, how we should conduct ourselves, how we should conduct our behavior. And so I would hypothesize to begin with that religion's primary concern is not description of the nature of objective reality, a claim which should hardly be surprising, as the people who conjured up our most fundamental religious stories were by no means scientists in any sense of the word, but the construction of a set of procedures to allow us to orient ourselves in the world and guide our actions. And that means that religious knowledge is essentially dramatic or literary in structure, but that does not mean that it isn't characterized by a valid claim to a form of truth. Now, it's my personal belief that scientific knowledge itself is embedded in a much more fundamental narrative framework. So I would say, insofar as I am a reductionist at all, which I suspect I'm really not, I would say that science can, in the final analysis, be reduced to a set of religious claims, or at least it's embedded in a religious substructure. And that's only because, although science enables us to manipulate objects in the world, we're always manipulating those objects to some end, whether the end is explicit or implicit. The reason that we're interested in science at all is because we use it as a tool to obtain valued goods. So that makes me a pragmatist of sorts in relationship to the philosophy of science. So all of our values are constructed for us and arranged in some sort of logical and comprehensible orientation as a consequence of our participation in an implicit or explicit religious structure. And what I want to do today in large part is lay bare the nature of that implicit religious structure and then relate it explicitly to models of neuropsychological functioning. And I hope by the end of the lecture that I'll have provided you with a framework that will allow you to understand in a more rich manner many of the things that you've heard at this conference, but that I'll also lead you to a place where you actually will believe, at least in part, that that title might represent something that's more than merely a form of kind of high comedy. I want to show you something first written by Shakespeare. And Shakespeare said the following: all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. Well, Shakespeare, of course, is the English world's premier dramatist, a literary genius, a man who is capable of encapsulating for all time compelling patterns of action that serve us as a standard and overwhelmingly profound models of behavior, both for good and for evil. Well, Shakespeare is part of an endless panoply of creative and gifted literary and religious figures whose primary cognitive characteristic is their ability to abstract out patterns of behavior as a consequence of their observation of others, and to present us with what are essentially distilled representations of our own modes of being. So you could think about mythological stories and religious stories as a consequence of an endless process of distillation that extends over centuries, the purpose of which is to make clearer to each of us the central nature of the stories that have to guide our lives. Now, we know already that human beings can communicate with one another, and what that means is that we share an implicit belief about the structure of reality. If that wasn't the case, all our communication would be an infinite regress, which would mean that no matter what you said to me, I would constantly demand another level of explanation. And because our knowledge is finite, I would never get to the point where I could answer any of your questions. We share an underlying commonality of emotion and motivation. There's certain plots and narrative types that we can naturally identify and resonate with that don't have to be explained to us, but that instead form the basis for all of our understanding. The literary and religious process is in part the centuries-long process of the distillation of these narrative patterns and their formulation in a form that can't be exceeded in terms of its elegance and sophistication. Now, the thing that's strange about this form of distillation is that it produces kinds of knowledge that are complex beyond our capacity to understand. Now, you might think, well, how is it that we can generate forms of knowledge that we can't understand? Well, we do this all the time. Take the example of children. By the time a child's 4 years old, if he or she has been properly socialized, he exists as the embodiment of a set of complex moral rules, virtually none of which are explicit with the child, with regards to the child, but all of which are implicit, which is to say the child acts out a pattern of morality that he's learned as a consequence of his observations of social reality. That pattern of behavior that the child manifests is complex beyond his own capacity to describe, but nonetheless he exists as a representation of that structure. Well, you could say equally well that because our own natures are complex beyond our capacity to understand, hence the need for a psychology, that we constantly embody forms of information that exceed our capacity to explicitly represent. And what literary and religious geniuses do, prophetic figures like Dostoevsky or the Old Testament prophets, is bring those complex patterns of social behavior up to explicit light and reveal to us explicitly for the first time just exactly what it is that we've been doing all along. There's no necessary conflict between religion and science as far as I'm concerned. The conflict arises as a consequence of a kind of philosophical misapprehension on two sides. The philosophical misapprehension on the part of the religious individual, particularly with regards to fundamentalists, is the notion that religious stories, cosmologies for example, are in some light in the same philosophical class as scientific theories about the origins of the material world. Well, the people, as I said before, who constructed these stories weren't scientists in any sense of the word. They existed long before the scientific methodology was formalized. They didn't have the measurement tools necessary to make the kind of claims that scientists make, and they didn't have the philosophical orientation to do such to begin with. Well, so the religious fundamentalist errs in identifying his set of beliefs with the same class of beliefs as science. The scientist errs by presuming that the religious theory is a form of pre-scientific pseudo-superstition that was supplanted by current higher-order knowledge. Well, as long as you understand that religious stories are concerned with the description of appropriate patterns of action, as Shakespeare is alluding to, then you can understand the essential distinction between the two modes of thought. Now, I would also say that religious belief, or the religious world, is essentially phenomenological rather than materialistic. And what that means is that from the religious perspective, what is real is not what is material, but what is experienced. And that means from the religious perspective, reality is the totality of experience. And the totality of experience includes all the mysterious objects that philosophers of science call qualia. So from the religious perspective, anger and shame and guilt and pain and dreams and fantasies are all of a reality that's equivalent to manifestations of the objective world in the field of experience. And what religious stories are concerned with is not representation of the objective world, but representation of the field of experience, so that this field can be represented and then acted in appropriately. And appropriately means subject to certain preconditions, like the sustenance of life and the ability of individuals to group together in harmonious social organizations, and the possibility for a world that's characterized both by order, security, and predictability, but also by sufficient flexibility to remain adaptive in the face of constant change. Lao Tzu, in the Tao Te Ching, described the essential structure of experience from the religious perspective. Lao Tzu said, the Tao existed before its name, and from its name, the opposites evolved, giving rise to three divisions, and then to names abundant. These things embrace receptively, achieving inner harmony, and by their unity create the world of man. Now, a modern Western reader presumes immediately that this is a form of metaphorical representation, but it's not. It's a very, very clear statement of a conception of reality as experienced. And part of what I'm going to do today is to explain to you what I believe the constituent elements of this reality are. and also how they interact, because it's the interaction of these constituent elements that constitutes a narrative, or more profoundly, a myth or a religious story. From its name, the opposites evolved, giving rise to three divisions. From the Taoist perspective, this is a map of the world, but it's not a map of the objective world. It's a map of the world as experienced. And the world as experienced universally and across all conceivable contexts is characterized by the interplay of two states and one process. The states are as follows. Wherever you are, regardless of circumstance, you're in an environment characterized by a domain of familiarity, which is all those things you know about the circumstance, and a domain of unfamiliarity, which is the infinite sea of complexity that underlies everything that you're capable of understanding about that situation. So you could say that in the course of centuries of religious thought, attempting to provide the most high-order abstract representation of environments, religious perspectives from around the world have converged on the following proposition. The world is made out of chaos and order. Chaos is the metaphorical representative of that domain of complexity that you're incapable of understanding, merely because it is so exceedingly complex. And so you could say, for example, that a person that you know intimately, from your perspective, is a constant interplay of chaos and order. They're orderly in that you can predict their behavior to a certain degree, but they're chaotic in that no matter how well you know someone, they're characterized by infinite capacity to reveal constantly expanding layers of complexity, some of which are very positive and which help you stay oriented to and interested in that person, and some of which are infinitely troublesome. And you can say the same thing about any circumstance that you encounter in the natural world. And I can give you a very quick example of that. You're going to work. You want to go to work. That's your ideal for the day. You go out into your driveway and you see your car. You think your car is a material object, but it's not. It's a process and a function. And it's defined as a car not because of the constituent elements that compose it from a materialistic perspective, but because it performs a certain function, which is its ability to transport you from a place that you don't want to be to a place that you want to be. And the reason that you can apprehend this complex object as a car is because under optimal circumstances, it performs that role seamlessly. So you get into your car and you put the key in the ignition and you turn the key, and instead of the comfortable purr that you expect, you hear a terrible mechanical grinding and the engine shudders to a halt. And what you think for a moment is that you're sitting in a car, but the truth of the matter is that you're not sitting in a car at all. What you're sitting in is an object whose underlying and heretofore invisible complexity has just manifested itself as a disruption in your plans. And if you continue to act as if what you're sitting in is a car, you will not get to work, and you will be in for a very frustrating ride. Now you think about it this way. You don't understand that car at all, unless you happen to be a very advanced mechanic. It's only a car, which is a simple object of apprehension, insofar as it performs its function flawlessly. As soon as that function is disrupted by the emergence of chaos, the car has to be considered as an extraordinarily complex array of constituent elements, any of which might have failed to produce the unfortunate turn of events that is preventing you from going to work. Well, you know, all of you, and everything I tell you today is going to be a form of platonic memory. You all know that wherever you go, you're skating on thin ice, which is to say that you've constructed up a functional adaptive representation of a very complex environment. And under the best of conditions, that complex representation retains its functionality. But because you're vulnerable and you're mortal, and because your knowledge is by necessity finite, the terrible underworld of complexity can reveal itself in all its potential and splendor at any given moment. Chaos and order. Two broad metaphorical domains. The Taoists are very, very sophisticated. They believe that Tao, which is equivalent to meaning, at least in certain translations, is the combined interaction of chaos and order, and that the most meaningful element in any environmental circumstance is the boundary between the two domains. Well, what does that mean? Well, when you're talking to someone, you want them to say things you understand. That's the orderly domain. But you also want them to say things you don't understand, because otherwise there's no point in talking to them. But you don't want them to say things that are too incomprehensible, because then there's no point in talking to them. And what you want them to do is walk the thin line between chaos and order. And not only that, you want to see them dramatize that walk while they're talking to you. And if they do that, then you'll find their actions compelling in a remarkable way and intrinsically meaningful, and that's what it means to have a conversation that's worthwhile. And you can say that the person who you're conversing with or listening to is in consequence existing, at least for that moment, in a state that's characterized by the harmonious interplay between chaos and order, and that they're embodying a kind of process, and that process is the mediation between what's understood and familiar and known and what still remains to be revealed. You think about it this way. You watch an extraordinarily sophisticated gymnast. This is someone who's practiced the discipline perhaps for 15 years, 4 or 5 hours a day. They're absolutely stellar with regards to their own physical control. But they go through the routine in a kind of rote manner. And you get the sense of technical perfection, but nothing else. And you clap and you think, well, that was a remarkable performance, but you don't give it 9.9 out of 10. By contrast, you see another gymnast who steps out onto the stage, and you can tell by the very mode of their action that they're standing right on the edge of catastrophe, that they're unbelievably disciplined, but they're also tremendously courageous, and every single movement they make puts them right on the edge of the abyss, and everyone in the crowd is incredibly captivated by the performance because they dramatically embody the interaction between disciplined order and chaos. And not only is that a brilliant performance from the physical perspective, but it's a brilliant performance from the metaphysical perspective, because at least for the moment, they're dramatically embodying the aspect of the world of consciousness that constantly extracts order from chaos. Well, what exactly does chaos consist of? Well, I think for that answer to that question, we're going to turn to an old cartoon from the 70s, written by a man who smoked way too much marijuana. And this is a cartoon derived from a head comic called The Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers, and one of the Freak Brothers has a cat. And this is a city cat, and I don't know how many of you have cats, but you know they hate to move. They don't like to be moved, they like their house. And if you move them, it makes them very, very anxious, despite the fact that they're predatory. And that's because when you move a cat, it doesn't know what the hell's going on. It doesn't like that intrinsically. It hates that. So Fat Freddy takes his cat. It's been traveling in this box, and he picks it up and he shows it the forest. And he says, this is our new home. And the cat thinks, so this is the country. And then the cat does what animals actually do when they're exploring, which is to crouch into a posture that makes them maximally invisible to predators, and begins to explore in exactly the manner that animals do explore, which is primarily with their olfactory sense. And the cat slowly slinks out past its domain of competence, sniffing all the while to absorb new information, and at one point it passes the boundary from order and enters the domain of chaos, and that turns on its intrinsic affective system and shoots it back under the house, which is what it's doing here. And the other hippie says, where'd the cat disappear to now? And Fat Freddy says, under the house. And then you see this visual image that the cat has constructed as it's sitting there terrified, which is you'd hide too if you'd smelled what I did. And what it smelled was this chimerical figure composed of an amalgam of things that are extraordinarily terrifying to cats. And it stands as the cat's first order representation of all the terrible things that might be lurking in the unknown forest. So you see it's got the tail of a skunk and the face of a wolf, and it's got the horns of a deer and the feet of a duck, and so forth and so on, and it's a monster. All right. So then you take a look at a figure like this, and this is a figure from Hindu religion. This is Kelly, and what you see about Kelly is that she is an amalgam of instinctual fear stimuli. And the reason that she's an amalgam of instinctual fear stimuli is because Kelly is a metaphorical representation of the class of all things that makes you want to run away when you look at them. And one of the things that distinguishes us from computers is that, well, a computer does only the things that it understands, and if it's ever forced to do something it doesn't understand, it promptly crashes, and then you're left with dealing with the anomaly. But human beings, the thing that makes us different from computers is that we don't just deal with what we know, we deal with what we don't know, and we have to deal with what we don't know, because if we don't, it will kill us. So we have to make representations of the broad and strange class of all things that we don't understand, so that we can begin to understand how it is that we come to terms with the things that we don't understand. And Kelly is one of the ways that we've done that. Now, you've got to take a close look at her, because you're looking at her and she doesn't frighten you. And the reason for that is because you can't understand the visual metaphors. So I'm going to explain them, and then you can decide if Kelly is a frightening figure. Okay, so first of all, she's a spider. That's why she has 8 legs. And she's a spider because people don't like spiders, and that's because they bite us and poison us. And it's easy to condition fear to spiders, for example, much easier than to condition fear to pistols, for example. So Kelly's a spider, and why is that? Well, it's because we don't like spiders, but it's also because spiders spin the web of fate and trap the unwary. And Kelly's a representation of that domain of doom that awaits you when you constantly make the same stupid mistake over and over. So she's a spider, and she waits for you. Well, she's not just a spider because her web is made out of fire. And the reason it's made out of fire is because we happen to be in the class of creatures that can't look away from fire. It's absolutely attractive to us. It's compelling. And so that gives her a kind of numinous aspect. Her head's on fire, too. Her hair is made out of fire. And she wears as a tiara a headdress of skulls. Well, that's fairly nasty, but it doesn't stop there. Classical representations of Kelly also tend to give her the tongue of a tiger. Very aggressive visage, which is another sort of instinctual fear stimuli, incredibly aggressive and staring eyes. And as well, generally, she's represented by a cobra wrapped around her waist, and that's partly because we don't like snakes much, being primates, but they're very, very fascinating to us. Also, the snake is a figure of transformation because it sheds its skin and is reborn. Well, that's bad enough, I would guess, except you also have to understand what Kelly's doing to this poor gentleman that she happens to be resting upon. And what she's doing to him is simultaneously giving birth to him and devouring him intestines first. Well, you can understand now, having been walked through the visual aspects of the metaphor, just precisely what this figure represents. Now, what's really interesting about this figure is that Kelly is an object of sacrifice. Now, sacrifice has been a tough nut to crack from the perspective of the history of religion. What does it mean to make a sacrifice? Well, it means something like this. You have to give up what you love best in order not to encounter Kelly. And what does that mean? It means this. If the same terrible thing is happening to you over and over again, it's because you're possessed by a set of rigid presuppositions which you're adhering to as if they're representations of a totalitarian truth. And that's the thing you love best, and the reason you love it best is because your firm grip on that belief structure is what helps you orient yourself in the complex chaos of the world, so you don't want to let it go. But if it's a partial representation, it can constantly lead you into trouble. If you don't sacrifice the thing you love best, there's no possibility of forward movement, and that means that Kelly is going to be a figure that constantly reveals itself. If you do undergo the appropriate sacrificial rituals, removing those obstacles to your growth that you yourself have placed in your path, you have the option of turning the terrible destructive aspect of chaos into its benevolent counterpart, which is, of course, the purpose of sacrificial rituals. This is Diana, not Kelly, not Hindu, but Greek and Roman, but she stands as the class of feminine figures representing chaos, the benevolent aspect, multi-breasted, benevolent. Well, why? Well, it's because the complexity that underlies your conceptions can rise up and kill you, which frequently it does in actuality. You think you understand the nature of your physical being, that you understand it because it isn't posing any problems to you. At some point in your life, and in all of our lives, something will go wrong with part of you that you don't understand, and the consequence of that re-emergence of your own invisible complexity will, in the final analysis, be your demise. That's the negative aspect of the complexity that underlies things. The positive aspect is the fact that all those things you don't understand compel you forward and allow you to extract out new information from the world. So you always want to be balanced on the edge between order and chaos, because if you can move into the unknown with a certain degree of certainty and courage, you can constantly extract enough revelatory information so that you can build yourself into a sufficiently complex being to deal with the complexity of life. If you're sufficiently humble and willing to eradicate your erroneous presuppositions as you march forward into the future, you have the constant possibility of transforming the complexity that Kelly represents into the complexity that this figure of Diana represents. All right, so that's the unknown nature. That might be one metaphor. This is the known. This is Gary Larson, The Far Side. Gary Larson's a pretty funny cartoonist. Here's this guy. He's telling ghost stories to these kind of ugly little sort of Cub Scouts. And he says, and then the frantic whirring blades of the electric motor cause a sudden reversal of the airflow, and whoosh, that's how a vacuum cleaner works. Ha 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 ha. Tales of the known. Well, right. Well, no one tells jokes about the known because there's nothing funny about the known, right? There's nothing unexpected about it. You're not going to make the hair stand up on the back of these little chubby gentlemen by telling them about how a vacuum cleaner works. You want to tell them a story about some metaphorical equivalent to Kelly, and that will be sufficient to ensure that their dreams will be haunted by the appropriate kind of nightmares. What is the known? Well, the known is culture, broadly put, but it's more than that. It's the hierarchical structure of beliefs that make up our shared social systems. Look, here we are, none of us know each other, right? And we've been able to engage in a pretty peaceful discussion about pretty complex and controversial topics for 4 whole days. Well, why? Well, it's because we share an entire substrata of a priori beliefs about how behavior should be conducted. And we don't violate those in the presence of others. We all act out a certain kind of role. That's why we wear ties. That's why we wear suits. It's a signal to the rest of the primates that we're basically in the same tribe, and the probability that you'll get bitten if you interact with me is virtually 0. So you can treat me essentially as an object that's known. And what you want from me is just enough new information so that you're interested but not terrified. And the game we play is the constant exchange of just enough chaos to remain interesting. Assume that we're not totalitarian to the point of utter boredom. And in that manner, we manage to tolerate the presence of all these complex others and to benefit from the mutual interaction. The known. Well, you could construe the known as the wise king. And the wise king is that implicit figure that constitutes a personification of the body of laws that guide our behavior towards predictability. Well, what's the problem with the wise king? Well, the problem with the wise king is that he frequently turns into a tyrant. And a tyrant is someone who says, like Milton's Satan, that everything that's currently known is all that needs to be known, and that there's no room whatsoever in this world for any bits of troublesome chaos, including those that happen to reside in the breasts of troublesome and creative others. So the totalitarian attempts to eradicate novelty wherever he sees it, to help bolster his belief that he knows absolutely everything that's worth knowing, and to ensure that the world remains in an absolutely predictable and regular course. Well, of course, the world can't remain in an absolutely predictable and regular course because it's really, really complicated, and it changes just like a river. And if you try to presume that the river is a photograph of the river, well, you can be bloody sure that you'll drown, because rivers rise up from time to time and cover those who aren't sufficiently wary to understand that everything is constant and necessarily constant, but by the same token, everything necessarily changes. Well, the prototypical tyrant is, of course, the man who devours his own son, and what that means is that he's a pathological representation of the master of the apprentice. Well, a good master produces a student who's extraordinarily disciplined, as in the case of the gymnast that I described earlier, but a good master does something more than that. The purpose of a master, which is the appropriate king, is to produce a son who's mastered everything the king knows, and yet who still is capable of embodying the kind of creative and exploratory spirit that can transcend that disciplinary order and update it when it becomes necessary to update it, because things constantly change. Well, another way that you can conceptualize that son is in this manner. This is St. George and the Dragon, an unbelievably common symbolic motif in the Middle Ages, a notion that has a written history reaching back to the Sumerians, which is basically as far back as we can reach in written history. And what does St. George do? Well, St. George is a class of martial hero, and this is basically his story. The kingdom is threatened by the reemergence of forces once conquered. Its structure is threatened. A courageous individual goes beyond the boundaries of what's currently established and known and faces the unknown in single combat, defeating it. As a consequence of its defeat, the treasure that the dragon hoards is granted to the hero, who brings it back in the form, well, in this particular case of a virgin princess, brings it back to the general community and updates the structure. Classic hero story. The hero is fostered by the community, leaves its boundaries, goes into the unknown, represented by the dragon. Represented by the dragon, by the way, because a dragon is a combination of metaphors of matter, which is why it's a snake, and metaphors of spirit, which is why it's a bird. It's a symbolic representation of Tao, Tao being the place from which spirit and matter is extracted in the course of exploratory activity, which is only to say that when you encounter something unknown, you explore it. As a consequence of your exploratory ability, you conjure up the world on the one hand, and I don't mean that metaphorically, and you conjure up your own personality structure on the other hand, and I don't mean that metaphorically. And you could consider yourself a miner of information from this particular perspective, and you could consider this essential substrate of being not as material, but as something more like latent information. So then your constituent elements of the world start to look something like this, and this is a 14th century Christian representation of what you basically see here is the figure of Mary. This is only the positive constituent elements of the world. Mary representing the constant, benevolent, and generative aspect of experience. God the Father, in this peculiar representation, shown as subordinate in a way to Mary, which is very peculiar from a Christian perspective, but very logical from a psychological perspective. God the Father representing the benevolent aspect of social order, and Christ as a representation of the individual who's spanning the gap constantly between order and chaos, and embodying what Christians describe as logos, which is the creative word, which is, by the way, according to Genesis, the process that extracts out the orderly and habitable world from the underlying chaos. And you can look at that graphically like this, and you can say, this is what experience is, and this is what our stories are about. Our stories are about the chaotic world that makes up everything that we don't understand, parsed into those things that are creative and those things that are destructive. The beautiful aspect of nature and the aspect of nature that's characterized by parasitical worms, malarial mosquitoes, earthquakes, diseases, viruses, and so forth. On top of that being the structured order that we lay upon this world in order to be able to inhabit it, the Great Father, social order, orderly, providing us with the kind of structure that we need in order to flourish and survive, and tyrannical, because adherence to any form of social order demands a certain voluntary mangling and discipline of the spirit. On top of that, like a man standing on an island in an ocean, is the individual. Heroic, embodied by figures like Christ, for example, or by the individual who exists in Tao, and also adversarial, embodied by figures like Milton's Satan, who's an embodied personification of a behavioral process that's characterized by the desire for destruction. Another way of construing this is this. This is the dragon of chaos. Within that underlying complexity, which is literally ineffable, meaning beyond words, because by the time it's carved up into words, it's no longer the complex chaos that underlies being, but some parsed up element of the world, the ineffable aspect of existence, the unknown as you confront it in your own life, day to day, moment to moment, week to week, in minor ways, which are merely upsets, and in dramatic ways, which are the catastrophes that may destroy you, but that sometimes allow you to entirely transform your life. The knower, the individual, standing on the border between what's unknown and what's known, benefiting from the protective aspect of social order, but constantly serving to revitalize and transform that order when necessary. That's the role of a hero. Okay, so now I want to tell you a dream. About 7 years ago, I went to my sister's-in-law, and she had, you don't have to read this, it's just to remind me. I went to my sister-in-law, she has this little kid, he's about 5 years old, very, very bright kid. Okay, so you watch him zipping around all the time. He's got this little night hat, plastic, he's wearing that, and he's got this sword. And he zooms around the house in a way that would get an adult instantly put into an insane asylum, chopping up imaginary foes and acting out the part of the hero. And we think, well, that's remarkably cute, and certainly it is cute, but it's a hell of a lot more than just cute. So the problem this kid has is this. All the previous 6 months he's got night terrors, which means from a medieval perspective, the demons from hell are coming to visit him and sitting on his chest, but of course we wouldn't believe that in an enlightened modern age. But whatever the situation is, repeatedly he wakes up in the middle of the night screaming for his mother. Okay, so what's going on in this household? Well, first of all, the kid has to go to kindergarten. So that means he's moving beyond the boundaries of what's really familiar for him, right? It's a real existential challenge for him to make the transition. But worse, a year later, his parents are divorced. So what does that mean? Well, it means that underlying the apparent regularities of the current social order of the household are unspoken elements of chaos that are going to emerge and destroy his social order, which he dimly apprehends with his extremely sophisticated threat detection mechanisms and conjures up in nightmare form during his dreams. So, I'm there watching this kid, and that night he has night terrors, and he wakes up screaming for his mother. So the next day, he sits at the table, and I said to him, "Okay, Graham, what do you dream about?" And he says, now, he snaps into that zone between order and chaos, right? That's the zone where a speaker has your attention. And he snaps into it because he's about to relate something of real importance. And you can tell that because you're interested in it, even though you can't necessarily tell why. And he says, well, I dreamt that I was surrounded by these little dwarfs with beaks. They didn't have any arms. They just had beaks. And they were only as high as my knees. And they were covered with hair and grease. And they had a cross shaved in the top of their head. And wherever I went, these dwarfs jumped at me with their beaks and were biting me. We all looked at them. This is a horrifying image coming from a 5-year-old. But it got worse. He said, okay, well, in the background, there's a great dragon. And every time this dragon breathes out fire and smoke, the fire and smoke turn into these dwarfs, and they keep multiplying. Well, I don't think you really have to use your imagination that much to understand what that means. What that means is that you're always facing things in your life that are threatening to you. And they breed and multiply beyond your capacity to control. And that means that for every specific fear that you have, there's a phenomena that can be construed as a general generator of feared phenomena. And you could consider that the underlying complexity of the world. So I said to Graham, using a loaded question, the kind that you can't use to lead a jury, for example, I said, what could you do about this dragon? He brightened up immediately, because that's a good subtle hint saying you could do something about this situation. He said, I grab my dad, take my sword, I go to where the dragon lived, I jump up on its head and pop out both of its eyes. Then I go down its throat to the box where the fire comes out. So that's to the center of the thing that produces the feared phenomena. I'd carve out a piece of it, and I'd make a shield. Well, I tell you, for me, that was absolutely overwhelming. I couldn't believe it, because that is a perfectly detailed archetypal hero myth, spontaneously generated as a consequence of this child's process of adaptive thought. Interestingly enough, and you probably won't believe this, but it is true, and I've checked it multiple times, that was the end of his night terrors. So he catalyzed identity with the hero who mediates between chaos and order, and as a consequence, his nightmares went away. Well, those of you who are clinicians should well know that if you want to cure somebody of their fears, what you always do is voluntarily expose them to them. And the reason for that is that despite the terror, redemptive information exists in the unknown. And if you can expose people who are running away from things they don't understand under controlled conditions to those things that they're avoiding, they can extract out the corrective information from the situation that they've been avoiding and rebuild their personality so that they can adapt to the world. Now, this is a story. It's the most fundamental element of a story. And a story is a frame that allows us to conjure up objective representations of the world. And a basic story looks something like this. We're somewhere, and we want to go somewhere else. And when you tell a story, that's what you tell. I was here, and I wanted to go there. It can be concrete, or it can be abstract, but it's always a journey. A narrative is a journey. And that's because we're linear creatures. We're always trying to go from a place we don't like, whatever that happens to be, to a place we do like. And we evaluate the entire world as a consequence of this laid-on interpretive template. And this is something that's reasonably well established from the perspective of the neuropsychology of emotion. Basically a cybernetic model. It's been elaborated in great detail by multiple scholars whose names I can give you if you're interested. Okay, well, what happens to you when you're going from point A to point B? Well, basically what happens to you are irrelevant things, virtually everything. And that's a good thing because the world's very complex and you can only attend to a very limited amount of it. So irrelevant things, like the floor that I happen to be standing on, completely irrelevant unless it moves. So as long as it's performing its invisible function, I don't attend to it. Good things can happen to you. And a good thing is what moves you closer to your destination. By definition, your brain responds with the production of neurochemicals like dopamine to stimuli that indicate that your path is unfolding like it should. Bad things can happen to you. Things that get in your way. Frustrations, disappointments, violations of expectation, punishments. Well, there's an interesting class of bad things that can happen to you while you're trying to get to where you're going. That class is novelty or anomaly. Well, it's one thing to encounter a punishment that's predictable. So you're a little kid, you write in magic marker on a freshly painted wall. You know, hopefully, that there will be a consequence to that, and you hope, really, that the consequence will emerge, because if the punishment doesn't follow the crime, as in Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, then all that is evidence that there's no moral order in the world. And if you think punishment is bad, you should try evidence that there's no moral order in the world. Well, what can happen to you when you're going from point A to point B? Things you don't like, things you like, and things you don't expect. Well, of all the things that can happen to you when you're going from point A to point B, things you don't expect are the worst. Little ones, they're not so bad. They might be interesting. You're reading a book on the way to the elevator, somebody's put a chair in the hallway. Well, it's a little bit annoying and unexpected. You move it. You go into your boss's office expecting a raise. You find out the company's being sold, and you're fired. Well, that's the kind of unexpected thing that destroys the substrata of your currently operative belief system and plunges you immediately into chaos. Well, a little aggravation means that you have to choose a different way of getting from point A to point B. A major aggravation, by contrast, means that you have to reframe the manner in which you're construing the world. Students write the MCAT, their graduate record exams, attempting to go to graduate school. They get a numeric index of their potential fit. The student works for 5 or 6 years, predicated on the notion that they understand the place on which they stand. I'm smart. I'm going to be a doctor. I write the GRE. I get my results. 15th percentile. Uh-oh. I'm not going to be a doctor. But that's bad enough, because all of a sudden my future is now characterized not by predictability, but by emergent complexity. Worst of all, maybe I'm not smart. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means maybe the way I've construed myself for the last 16 years is wrong. Maybe I've been applying a fundamental axiom of belief to the world that's inappropriate. So that means that the past, which we presume is fixed, it's not fixed at all, but can also be turned into a domain of chaos by the emergence of unexpected information. Plus, then there's the present. Oh, I'm not going to be a doctor. What the hell am I going to do? Well, what do people do in a circumstance like that? They descend into the underworld. And that underworld is emergent complexity. And that underworld is the world that lies under our normal presuppositions. And they descend into that underworld, and you know, sometimes they don't get out. And that's the heroic adventurer in the archaic story who's swallowed up by the beast and who ends up for eternity in the belly of the beast until, if he's fortunate, he's rescued by a hero. Alternatively, you know, you go into that domain of chaos, which is extraordinarily informative but very, very hard to cope with, and you think, you know, I didn't really want to be a doctor. Now, I'm presuming that this isn't merely a self-deceptive maneuver. You know, I only wanted to be a doctor because my father and my grandfather was a doctor. Maybe the reason I did so damn poorly on that graduate record exam or MCAT is because, well, you know, I don't really want to do this. I want to be an engineer or an artist or a teacher or whatever this kind of lurking tendency towards self-realization is impelling me towards. So in this domain of chaos, if you're fortunate, you pick up the pieces, so to speak, of the shattered social structure, the internal social structure, and you rebuild your personality as a consequence. Well, that's a heroic descent into the unknown, into hell if you'll have it that way, and then a reconstruction of the world. Well, and you can conceive of that in this manner. The damaged kingdom, the emergent hero, the dragon of chaos, and the reconstruction of society. The liberation of redemptive information as a consequence of the voluntary journey into the unknown. The central story of human adaptation. So then you say, well, what does that make the individual human being? That makes the individual human being who's actually operating at a moral level. And I mean a moral level whose morality transcends mere cultural interpretation, constantly serving as the person who's properly disciplined and socialized by their particular cultural milieu, constantly capable of transcending that socialization, constantly willing to move into the domain of complexity that surrounds everything we do, to face it bravely despite its complexity, to pull in the treasure that that complexity holds, and to spread it back around the community, and therefore to renew it. And as far as I'm concerned, you all know that story. And the reason you know it is not necessarily because you know it explicitly, but because every damn thing you've ever read that's narrative in structure, literary, religious, or mythological, has that fundamental grammatical substructure, which is striving, so to speak, to reveal itself constantly so that you can embody it in action. And perhaps now, because we're sufficiently cognitively sophisticated to understand the grammar of our behavior, possibly explicitly, so that we can realize what it means to embody the force that constantly pulls order out of chaos, or alternatively, and not infrequently, to transform pathological order into chaos in the case of the social revolutionary, and then to recast the world as a consequence of that. Well, let's look briefly at a neuropsychological model. I know I only have about 5 minutes left, but I'll just give you a quick run-through, because there's one thing in particular that I want to say with regards to neuropsychology that's extraordinarily interesting. Now, this is more or less the way your brain works. I mean, this is a pretty low-resolution model, okay, and I'm going to run through it quick. But basically what happens is that you conjure up a vision of the way that you'd like things to be. And that can be a complex and comprehensive vision, or it can be something like, you know, I'm a little bit hungry, and maybe I'd like to have a cheese sandwich. And so you envision the world in which you currently reside as damned by the lack of sufficient cheese sandwiches, so to speak, and you envision a kind of paradise where you're happily engaged in constructing and then consuming that cheese sandwich, and then you organize your behavior so that you transform the chaos, unproductive chaos that currently exists, into the thing that you'd like it to be. And your emotions, complex as they are, guide you in that process, making you feel properly incentive motivated as you spread butter on your piece of white bread. All right. Or that can be something incredibly complex, like your vision of a more desired future for everyone as well as for you, and your capacity to bring that into action by performing the appropriate kinds of transformations. Doesn't matter. Contents differ. Form of story remains constant across contexts. Your prefrontal cortex conjures up the vision of the future. Your sensory cortex analyzes those aspects of the world that you presume are relevant to your current task. A very minor subset of the total world, because the world is too complex for you to comprehend. You build up a provisional plan and engage it in action. Use your prefrontal cortex as a template that produces what should be, and use your sensory cortex as a way of assessing the world's transformation to that desired point. If everything goes according to plan, you're reasonably and mildly happy. Once you've consummated your desire, you move on to the next story. There's a part of your brain underneath the prefrontal and frontal lobes and sensory cortex called the limbic system. You heard a little bit about that before. Composed, for my purposes, primarily of the hippocampus and the amygdala. The hippocampus is the part of your brain that always tells you when you're an idiot. And it's a small voice, but it's one that you have to listen to. And the way it tells you you're an idiot is like this. You lay out a plan, and you act it out, and it doesn't work. And the hippocampus goes, click, mismatch. That's its function, mismatch. You're wrong. It doesn't tell you why you're wrong, because all it does is tell you that you're wrong. It tells you that you're wrong. Well, then your prefrontal cortex has to figure out why you're wrong. What happens when you're wrong? Well, the amygdala gets disinhibited. And what the amygdala does is say, oh, you're wrong. You don't know where you are. Since you don't know where you are, you might get hurt. Since you might get hurt, you better be afraid. So as soon as you're wrong, you're afraid. Well, then you can run away. But then if you encounter the situation again, you're just as big an idiot as you were before. Well, so then what do? Well, this is an existential paradox. You advance courageously towards the source of your error with proper humility and with the willing to make appropriate sacrifices, and you gain information as a consequence. Reconstruct your mode of interpretation and move towards your desired future. The amygdala, I said, is disinhibited. Why is that? Well, because the brain is set up in a really interesting way. Here's how it's set up. Its default position is terror and awe. And you can think about that as a manifestation of Rudolf Otto's revelation of the numinous. If you don't understand it, it's ineffable. You can't put it into words. And it's awe-inspiring, terrifying, and unbelievably compelling, as it should be, because it is a manifestation of the underlying complexity of the world, which offers you everything that there is potentially to offer, including the threat of violent and painful death. Well, you're in awe before that. Okay, next thing. This is really, really fascinating, I think. Joseph Ledoux, behaviorist. So he probably wouldn't agree with many of the things I'm going to say. And I don't care that much about that. I'm adjoining his model with a complex cybernetic model, and it's more appropriate. It's a more appropriate interpretation. Your emotions orient you when you don't know what the hell you're doing. Well, something has to. You don't know what you're doing, so it can't be your cognitions, right? There, if they were right, you wouldn't be where you don't expect to be. They're wrong. So what do you do when you're wrong? Well, what you do, essentially, is become terrified. But more than that, you become a battleground of all sorts of competing emotional states. And you could think about those as action potentials. And it's logical that when you don't know what the hell you're doing, you should be characterized by competing action potentials, because you might have to fight, you might have to run, you might have to suffer damage, you might have to get away, you might have to stop, you might have to explore. You don't know. So all of those potentials emerge as the underlying affective systems are disinhibited. And they emerge in a particular way. And this is what's fascinating. And this is the neuropsychological slice on the notion that logos extracts order from chaos. The first thing that happens is that thalamic input goes to the amygdala. That's pretty cool, because there's only a couple of neuronal connections between the thalamus and the amygdala, so it's fast, 25 milliseconds. You're walking down the road, something moves in the bush beside you. You snap up in the air. You turn and you look at the thing, and you think, snake. Well, you're in the air. So what the hell's going on? Like, why are you there? Well, it's because the sensory thalamus fires some information into the amygdala that says, we need a real quick and dirty low-resolution picture of this unexpected occurrence. And the low-resolution image is high emotion, low detail. And the details are the sorts of things that I showed you with regards to Kelly. These underlying emotional systems are looking for danger. Motion, bared teeth, snakes, spiders, blood, dismembered bodies, etc., etc. They see any of those, bang, you're in the air. You orient, then you use these higher order processing systems. Whap, one by one, in a temporal progression that might be as slow as a second or as long as months. Months being, if you encounter something really traumatic, it takes you maybe your whole life to figure out what the hell it meant. And that means it takes you your whole life to actually construct a realistic memory of the event. Whatever. It takes you at least a second to think snake, and it only takes the snake 25 milliseconds to bite your leg. So if you're sitting around thinking snake, you're dead. So basically what happens is the brain constructs up a picture of the unexpected that looks like this. Chaos. And what's chaos? It's the pluripotentiality of everything. Then, affect, low-resolution stimulus images, things that are affectively charged because they're determined with regards to relevance for behavior. Then, increasingly, more detailed and elaborated cognitive models of objects and things, and finally, a complete adaptive representation of the circumstance. Now, the religious perspective says this: the chaos from which the brain extracts order is the fundamental ground of reality. And what that means essentially is that the notion that the creative word, logos, which really means something a lot more like creative, exploratory, communicative behavior, is, in a non-metaphorical way, the process that extracts the world out of chaos. And it's for that reason that in Genesis, the Word of God is the creative force, and that in Christianity, Christ, who's the central creative hero, is the embodiment of logos. It's for that reason that in Genesis, human beings are considered as made in the image of God. And even more importantly, for those of you who are not particularly entranced by religious notions, every single culture on the planet that works is predicated on the idea that there's something divine about the individual, something ineffable, against which it is immoral for societies to transgress. Now, I don't know what you learned from 20th century history, but I'll tell you what I learned. What I learned was that societies that construct themselves on a framework that doesn't consider this real end up transforming the world into a place that's as close to hell as anything you could possibly imagine. Now, you can decide for yourself whether you think that's an accident or a metaphor. You know, we don't know much about time. We don't know much about what notions of eternal heaven and eternal hell might mean. We don't know where our past goes when it's gone. Now, we tend to think that it's gone, but we don't know that. Hell could easily be the domain that people who think they know absolutely everything, like Milton's Satan, necessarily create when they're given access to the power to make their beliefs manifest in the world. Well, I don't care what you can imagine with regards to terror and horror. But someone somewhere has acted out something far worse than that in the 20th century. And frequently the people who acted out those sorts of things were very much like you. Now that's a terrible thing to think. So how might you explain that? Well, I'll give you my 1-minute version and close off the talk. Look, you need the social world because it protects you, but it also crushes you, and it's blind and stupid. So it needs you, because you have to act at the edges of the social world and constantly update it. It's a nice, paradoxical, mutual relationship. Well, you need chaos too, and this is Dostoevsky's example. You know, think if there was a utopia, everything's perfect. You don't have to do anything. There's no challenges left to overcome. There's no novelty to reveal itself. Well, paradise for human beings is process and not state. We like to be involved and engaged in something we consider meaningful and important. We don't want to be at the end point of the journey. No one's more satisfied when a symphony is over than when it's playing. Paradise for us is a paradise of process, and that's identification with logos. Well, what happens if you refuse courageous identification with this spirit? Well, it's simple. It's your creative capacity and your exploratory courage that allows you to extract information from the world. You need that information to build your character. You need to build your character because life is hard. It's tragic. It's tragic because we're vulnerable. And if you don't take full advantage of everything the world offers you in terms of information, you'll make yourself weak. So every time you shy away from something you should explore, every time you shy away from your own intrinsic sense of meaning, you weaken your own personality. Literally. I don't mean metaphorically. I mean you weaken it. Well, what do weak people need? Well, they need strength. Weak people need totalitarian belief systems. They hide inside them like a turtle who won't put out its head, hides inside a shell. And that means that individual cowardice and refusal to advance courageously into the unknown is the process that pathologizes social structure. And what that implies is something very much like religious traditions have always said, which is, in some weird way, you're the center of the world. Well, how about you construe that rationally? Think of a neural network. Mathematical demonstrations in the 1980s. You are connected to every single person in North America by a maximum of 4 intermediaries. You think that you're one mote among 6 billion, but you're not. You're at the center of a very interactive network. And everything you do, whether you know it or not, has a far greater effect than you can immediately see. So every cowardly decision that you take, cowardly defined on your own grounds, by the way, tilts the whole network towards a kind of chaos or pathological order. And every time you advance courageously and exist as an exemplar of appropriate being, then you improve the functioning of the entire unit. And that means that in a paradoxical way, as I said before, everybody can be reasonably construed as an embodiment of Christ. Well, you could say as well that there's a terribly negative aspect of that as well, which is that the alternative to that is to be an embodiment of the process that exists precisely in opposition to that. And it seemed to me, after thinking about it for many years, that the drama that we were playing out in the 1980s was precisely that. We were going to turn the world into something as close to hell as we could possibly imagine, or collectively, as individuals, we're going to keep the whole ball rolling and allow existence to continue to reveal itself despite its tragic nature as a consequence of participating voluntarily in this creative and courageous process. That's all I have to say.
Because these people are confused, completely confused, between the symbolic world and the real world. And so this historical thing, see, which is a destiny in the future, always being pursued, is completely destructive. Because technology, clocks, instruments, measurements are fine for people who know how to use them, people who know what they want. But for people who don't know what they want, and who think that the clock is the thing, that's what you need. I mean, the Russians are insane about this. The moment they move into a place with their army that has some kind of technical civilization, they capture all the wristwatches in sight, and they cover themselves with wristwatches like bracelets. Because they're time crazy too. But those things are very wonderful for people.
You can listen to discordant musical noises.
and find them extremely interesting if you listen carefully enough.
Because the universe is fundamentally a system which creeps up on itself and then says, boo! And then it laughs at itself for jumping. And you see, every time it does it, it forgets that it did it before. So it never becomes a bore. Yes, the lady... Yes. 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 Yes.
I don't want to flirt like this. Makes me feel great. No, great.
Yes. Yes.
No way out.
Yes. 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 to a student. Now, I want to hear you. I want to hear you say the word move and really mean it. Because I want to hear not just the sound, but the person who says it. Now produce for me that. Says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And he says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And he says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And he says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it's move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it's, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it's, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, it's only coming. Move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move! And it says, move! The Zen teacher says, no, no, not yet. Move!
I'm like power in a thunderstorm, cause I'ma go right off. Did tonight on the graveyard shift, then we don't take a night off. If there's ghosts inside this house, then I'm the one that they might haunt. Think this time I'm on my way home, could you please leave the lights on? Been a slave that was cut off like they had chained me to a saw. Couldn't off me but tried often, so the spade is in the song. Keep my head down through the valley, demons graze me with the claws. I'm not dead yet, they can't tempt me, yeah, I'll praise me to the God. Cause I'm still here after all, after everything I fought. Yeah, this body's still the cage, but you gon' see me rock the flaws. My blood colder than the Arctic, but these veins have started to thaw. Go to voicemail in my head, so you should give my heart a call. Yeah, remember when we kids, we was just playing in the yard. Now wish I could take a pill to keep me faded to my pods. If this whole life is a test, just know that I'ma get back marks. Hold up, girl, it's getting late, don't wanna stay out after dark. bank in my pocket like a hall pass. We've been putting in work cause I'm all cash. Her face ain't right cause she all ass. Was only driving drunk so I call that my NASCAR. It ain't no fast car. I hit the gas hard and I zoom, 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 zoom. Gotta make it work, not a second. I'm first. I done dug through the dirt, pack of reds on a curb and a bag of the herb in a head. I prefer. I ain't gotta know her just to make that squirt. Got special K in the nostrils, boy. We ain't really fucking with the gospel, boy. You ain't numb in the brand that he's thoughtful, boy. All the pain in his heart got him hostile, boy. Yeah, the side of my 9 bitches rusty, huh? And it never had a reach just to bust it, huh? And it never had a reach just trust that hoe. And Max got O's like a tic-tac-toe. Wake up in the makeup with a 40 and a set. Link it with a Betty and he shorter than a hit. Bitch, she get naughty with a choke or a flick. And she asked for the blood, but I ain't worried, bitch. Think a bitch fine and I swipe like a debit. Think I'm on talk cause I was lying when I said it. Think she a dime, but I called at a 7. And I might take a pint in my auto, not send me.
This is the
Bobtus said, I'm typing. Bobtus said, Forder for exit.
Because survival is an important ideal, only so long as you have bothering you the bugbear of death. That the world might stop altogether, and that your death, so far as you are concerned, is curtains forever. And that is really the bogey. You see, that's all very well to rationalize and say, no, it's not death I'm afraid of, it's the pains of death. But if you think about it deeply, there are several stages in thinking about it deeply. The first stage is the real horror of endless night, of the futility, of the whole conception that one's own life, or indeed the whole life of the cosmos, might be nothing but a flash beyond that, nothing. Nothing, in all directions. And nobody knows how it could possibly start all over again. But I always say, and I feel it in a sort of funny, intuitive way, that what happens once can happen again. If this world started at some time, supposedly with a colossal explosion that set all these galaxies flying out, then what existed before that explosion must surely have been something like the stable state to which we shall run down in the end. And if it went bang once, there's absolutely no reason why it shouldn't go bang again. I suppose there are temperaments in logic. I have a temperament whereby I just cannot, it seems to me absolutely basic that what happens once can happen again. But there are other people who so cherish the unique that they can conceive the idea of something like existence happening only once. But you see, something that happens only once doesn't happen at all. What happens if a given sound consists of only one vibration? What is the upcrest of the wave apart from the downstream? Can you conceive that? So there isn't just one vibration. And a dit but no da. You have to have it do more. So in just the same way, when you magnify this thing, there isn't just one cosmos, one big explosion that starts and stops. All stopping implies starting. Someone just wrote to me, we haven't parted because we never met. So, the whole point of saying this is to realize
Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
So, the whole point
Bobdus said. Welcome to the unskippable room.
seen my channel before, you know the end is never the end is. Oh, if you see my channel,
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. At his desk in room 427, and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-winning, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
And here we are. So if you remember before, that intro was actually quite familiar. It's the same one in the last one, so I know that there's more to this game than there is before. So let's adventure out and see what it is. And remember, this is a narration-driven game, so I'm going to be conversing with the narrator more than I'm going to be conversing with you guys. Well,
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Huh.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Absolutely not! I can't find a trace of my co-workers. Thanks for the hint. So I need to get to a meeting room, you say? Now the question is, and what you guys need to decide in the comments below, do I do what he tells me? Do I speak good English, man? Or do I go on my own? Now where is the meeting room? Hello? Nope. Meeting room!
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Right.
Nor did it advance the story in any way.
Hey! Hey! If I want to lay my hands on everything in this office, I'm damn well sure gonna. Alright, fine, I'm gonna move on. But not because you told me to, because I want to! Right? Alright, good. The narrator's kind of a prick, but that's alright.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, do I? I remember this choice before. I will go to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Shut
and
up.
Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Shut up.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes. Nay, we do got a good employee lounge. I think I'll do that. Thank you very much, Dick. Call your name is Dick from now on.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Yes!
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Yes. I can feel this room in my eyes! Okay, enough of marveling this. Time to move on.
Yes, really. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
On my left. On my left, you say? Left! Well, that does look like it would send me back to where I need to go. However, I'm not entirely sure that's what I want to do. I will see where it is. This!
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Wow. How about you shut up, okay? You big joik. I'm gonna see what all this is about, because this looks like the Half-Life place. Do I work in the Sector C test labs?
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Are you?
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stan. Really?
Yes!
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you.
No.
To show you something beautiful.
No.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
No.
Give me a chance.
All right. Maybe. But I'm out of here if I smell one thing fishy. Don't you try to pull nothing on me. The wool does not go over these eyes. I'm just trying everything. 2B3. Oddly enough, I can't jump anymore. Oh.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Is it?
Stanley walked through the red door.
Do I? Why? Why should I go through the red door? Answer me that! Go through the blue door. I like blue, bear, and red anyway.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Oh.
Stanley walked through the red door.
The red door, you say? Red! The pen is blue! The pen is blue! The goddamn pen is blue!
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Royal blue!
Ah! Fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Yes! I want to know!
You see,
Whoa.
there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures.
Yep.
Is this what you had wanted?
Yep.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yep.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
Maybe.
And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Yep.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours.
Yep.
What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Yeah.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Yeah, all those things.
Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option.
Ooh.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Ooh. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
But now I want to go through the left door, like you told me to. But I want to go in there. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go here. I want to go there. I want to go there. Oh, the choices. Eeny, meeny, miny. Can I save? Can I save? Yeah, I can. Oh, damn it. I don't see any specific. I'm gonna go. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version.
Ooh, it was
Would
good.
you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something.
Yeah.
Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door?
I don't know.
Well, it's instinct mostly. A calling in your gut.
Oh.
I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
Oh.
You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Babooski! Whoa. What the? Hey, wait a minute. Worldwide leaderboard. Wow. Are those real statistics? Holy crap. That's pretty awesome. 21%, 3 players chose the blue door. Only the worst 3% of player? Ow! What? That's me. I'm ranked last. Well, thanks, Dick. I'm going through the left door. F you. Fine. Oh, wait a minute.
Would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
No! You ranked me lowest!
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Oh, would it?
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Yeah.
Perfect. Let me boot it up.
We're gonna play. What are we doing? Whoa!
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
What do I do?
Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
What do I do? Oh God, no! The baby! Oh God, no! Oh God! Oh!
You heartless bastard!
Oh!
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do.
I don't
completely
know.
out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done.
You're out?
It's over.
It's
Thank
over.
you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Really? Oh God! Hey! What?
Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing
can't
you
jump.
always desired.
I can't jump.
A game I had absolutely nothing to do.
I can't jump. I love
Is
Minecraft.
it enough?
Oh God!
Stanley.
Yeah.
Will it ever be enough?
Oh, it's so much
What I'll
enough.
say
I'm gonna
is,
mod it.
I'm done making things for you.
Oh, good.
From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house.
Okay. Wow! Wow!
Go here.
The clouds are actually moving!
Here. And then...
It's freaking Minecraft!
Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course. And just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete.
Wow!
I made this, Stanley.
Wow.
Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art
Wow.
and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy.
Wow!
But you've only seen it from the outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, absolutely I will! I can yeah!
And isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond.
Ooh.
Diamond everything.
Yeah!
Yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
Oh, let's go mining! Playing Minecraft! It is deadly bearable! Oh! You hear the music? Oh, God. You hear it?
Oh,
It's
my.
so
It
beautiful!
looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light?
No. Maybe. I don't know. You tell me. Oh, great sky god. Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
Oh, no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind.
What?
I'm looking for something more narrow and linear.
What?
Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant.
What?
This won't do at all. 1 out of 5.
No!
Diamonds couldn't save this one.
Oh.
Okay,
Do I
new
hear?
game.
Ah! Oh! I thought I heard a zum. I really thought I heard one. Was there really one down there? Ah!
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it.
Yeah!
You, trapped in a glass box with no way out. Listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
Oh! Yes! Yes! I'm playing Portal! Ah!
Oh, it's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley.
Yes, indeed.
Your forte.
Hey, is that trying to say something? Are you insinuating something?
No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games. And I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here. You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me, I've had enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video game, you can just sit there and let it ball up inside you for all eternity.
Okay.
I don't need your advice.
Okay.
I don't need your ratings.
Okay.
And I certainly don't need the validation of a man whose job is to push buttons. I think I'll just go about my business, making meaningful cultural contributions to the world. And perhaps every now and then, I'll think back to a man named Stanley who was objectively wrong in every decision he ever made. The thought won't last long. Goodbye, Stanley.
Goodbye!
Good luck with your work. And I sincerely hope that everyone lives happily ever after.
Oh, indeed. All right. So that was the Stanley Parable. It's over now, I guess. No. I'm gonna play more of this. It's so cool! It's so cool! I have choices! Ah, play Minecraft on a mid-portal. Okay, so there'll be more of this coming. So thank you all so much for watching. Click the annotation for more videos that I've done. And as always, I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye! Ah! Go! Don't see a bloody fight. Don't see a bleeding bloody.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
This seminar is about a very sticky problem. A problem to which the Buddha primarily addressed himself, which is that of agony, suffering. But before we get into that, we have to be clear about certain basics. And these basics have to do not so much with concepts and ideas as they do with a state of mind. You could call it also a state of feeling, a state of sensation, a state of consciousness. And we need to understand that, even be in that, before we can really go very far. And this is an extraordinarily difficult state of mind to talk about, even though in its nature it's extremely simple. Because it is in a way like we were when we were babies, when we hadn't been told anything and didn't know anything other than what we felt, and we had no names for it. Now, of course, as we grow older, we learn to differentiate one thing from another, one event from another, and above all, ourselves from everything else. Well and good, provided you don't lose the foundations. Just as mountains are differentiated, but they're all based on the earth, so the multiple things of this world are differentiated. But they have, as it were, a basis. There is no word for that basis, not really, because words are only for distinction. And so there can't really be a word, not even an idea, of the non-distinction. We can feel it, but we can't think it. But we don't feel it like an object. You feel you're alive. You feel you're conscious, but you don't know what consciousness is, because consciousness is present in every conceivable kind of experience. It's like the space in which we live, which is everywhere. It's like a fish being in water, and presumably a fish doesn't know it's in the water, because it never goes out. A bird presumably knows nothing of the air, and we really know nothing of consciousness, and we pretend space isn't there. So, however, when you grow up and become fascinated, which is really the right word, spellbound, enchanted, by all the things that adults wave at you, you forget the background. And you come to think that all the distinctions which you've been learning are the supremely important things to be concerned with. You become hypnotized, just in the same way as when the beak of a chicken is put to a chalk line, it gets stuck on that line. And so when we are told to pay attention to what matters, we get stuck with it, and that's what in Buddhism is called attachment. Attachment doesn't mean that you enjoy your dinner, or that you enjoy sleeping, or beauty. Those are responses of our organism in its environment, as natural as feeling hot near a fire or cold near ice. So are certain responses of fear or of sorrow. They are not attachment. Attachment is exactly translated by the modern slang term hang-up. It's a kind of stickiness, or what in psychology would be called blocking, when you are in a state of wobbly hesitation, not knowing how to flow on. That's attachment, what is meant by the Sanskrit word klesha. So when the chicken has its beak put to the chalk line, it's got a hang-up. It's stuck on that line. And so in the same way, we get a hang-up on all the various things that we're told as we grow up by our parents, our aunts and uncles, our teachers, and above all, by our peer group. And the first thing that everybody wants to tell us is the difference between ourselves and the rest of the world, and between those actions which are voluntary and those which are involuntary, what we do on the one hand and what happens to us on the other. And this is, of course, immensely confusing to a small child, because it's told to do all sorts of things that are really supposed to happen, like going to sleep, like having bowel movements, like loving people, like not blushing, stopping being anxious, and all sorts of things like that. So what happens is this. The child is told in sum that we, your parents, elders and betters, command you to do what will please us only if you do it spontaneously. And no wonder everybody's completely confused. We go through life with that burden on us. So, we therefore develop this curious thing. We develop a thing which is called an ego. Now, I've got to be very clear to you what I mean by an ego. An ego is not the same thing as a particular living organism. For my philosophy, the particular living organism, which is inseparable from a particular environment, that is to say, from the universe as centered here and now, is something real. It isn't a thing. I call it a feature of the universe. But what we call our ego is something abstract, which is to say, it has the same order and kind of reality as an hour, or an inch, or a pound, or a line of longitude. It is for purposes of discussion. It is for convenience. In other words, it is a social convention that we have what is called an ego. But the fallacy that all of us make is that we treat it as if it were a physical organ, as if it were real in that sense, when in fact it is composed, on the one hand, of our image of ourselves. That is our idea of ourselves, as when we say to somebody, you must improve your image. Now, this image of ourselves is obviously not ourselves, any more than an idea of a tree is a tree, any more than you can get wet in the word water. And to go on with, our image of ourselves is extremely inaccurate and incomplete. Would that some God the gifted give us to see ourselves as others see us. We don't. So my image of me is not at all your image of me. And my image of me is extremely incomplete in that it does not include any information to speak of about the functioning of my nervous system, my circulation, my metabolism, my subtle relationships with the entire surrounding human and non-human universe. So the image I have of myself is a caricature. It is arrived at through mainly my interaction with other people who tell me who I am in various ways, either directly or indirectly, and I play about with what their picture is of me, and they play something back to me so that we set up this conception. And this started very, very early in life. And I was told, you see, and you were told, that we must have a consistent image. You must be you. You have to find your identity in terms of image. And this is an awful red herring. A lot of the current quest for identity among younger people is a search for an acceptable image
What role can I play? Who am I in the sense of what am I going to do in life, and so on. Now, while that has a certain importance, if it's not backed up by deeper matters, it's extraordinarily misleading. So therefore, on the one hand, there is this image, which is intellectual, emotional, imaginative, and so forth. Now, we would say, I don't feel that I am only an image. I feel there's something more real than that, because I feel, I have a sense of there being a particular sort of, how do we say, a center of something, some sort of sensitive core inside the skin. And that corresponds to the word I. Let's take a look at this. Because the thing that we feel as being myself is certainly not the whole body. Because a lot of the body can be seen as an object. In other words, if you stand, stretch yourself out, lie on the floor, and turn your head and look at yourself, you can see your feet and your legs and all this up to here, and finally it all vanishes, only there's a sort of a vague nose in front. And you assume you have a head because everybody else does. And you've looked in a mirror, and that told you you had a head, but you could never see it, just like you can't see your back. So you tend to put your ego on the side of the unseen part of the body, the part you can't get at, because that seems to be where it all comes from, and you feel it. But what is it that we feel? Because if I see clearly, and my eyes are in functioning order, the eyes certainly are not conscious of themselves. There are no spots in front of them, no defects, in other words, in the lens or in the retina or in the optic nerves that give hallucinations. So also, therefore, if my ego, my consciousness is working properly, I ought not to be aware of it as something sort of there, being a nuisance in a way in the middle of things, because your ego is awfully hard to take care of. Well, what is it then that we feel? Well, I think I've discovered what it is. It's a chronic, habitual sense of muscular strain, which we were taught in the whole process of doing spontaneous things to order. When you're taking off in a jet plane, and the thing has gone rather further down the runway than you think it should have without getting up in the air, you start pulling at your seatbelt. Get this thing off the ground. Perfectly useless. So in the same way, when our community tells us, look carefully, now listen, pay attention, we start using muscular strains around our eyes, ears, jaws, hands, to try to use our muscles to make our nerves work, which is, of course, futile. And in fact, it gets in the way of the functioning of the nerves. Try to concentrate. And then when we try to control our emotions, we hold our breath, pull our stomachs in, or tighten our rectal muscles to hold ourselves together. Now pull yourself together! Immediately, what are you to do? What does a child understand by that? He does it muscularly, pulls himself together. It's just useless. So everybody chronically pulls themselves together, so that it's so funny if you get a person that just lie on the floor and relax. But there's the floor under you, as firm as can be, holding you up. Nevertheless, you will detect that the person is making all sorts of tensions, lest he should suddenly turn into a nasty jello on the floor. So that chronic tension, which in Sanskrit is called sankocha, which means contraction, is the root of what we call the feeling of the ego. So that, in other words, this feeling of tightness is the physical referent for the psychological image of ourselves, so that we get the ego as the marriage of an illusion to a futility. Even though the idea of an I with a name, with a being, is naturally useful for social communication, provided we know what we're doing and take it for what it is. But we are so hung up on this concept that it confuses us, even in the proposition that it might be possible for us to feel otherwise. Because we ask the question, if we hear about people who have transcended the ego, well, we ask, how do you do that? Well, I say, what do you mean? You, how do you do that? Because the you you're talking about doesn't exist. So you can't do anything about it. Any more than you can cut a cheese with a line of longitude. Now that sounds very discouraging, doesn't it? But let's suppose now you are babies again, and you don't know anything. Now, don't be frightened, because anything you know you can get back later. But for the time being, here is our awareness. And let's suppose you have no information about this at all and no words for it. And that my talking to you is just a noise. Now, don't try to do anything about this. Don't make any effort. Because naturally, by force of habit, certain tensions remain inside you, and certain ideas and words drift all the time through your mind. Just like the wind blows or clouds move across the sky. Don't bother with them at all. Don't try to get rid of them. Just be aware of what's going on in your head, like it was clouds in the sky, or the crackling of the fire. There's no problem to this. All you have to do, really, is look and listen without naming, and if you are naming, never mind. Just listen to that. Now, that you can't force anything here, that you can't willfully stop thinking and stop naming, is only telling you that the separate you doesn't exist. It isn't a mark of defeat. It isn't a sign of your lack of practice in meditation. That it runs on all by itself simply means that the individual separate you is a figment of your imagination. So you are aware at this point of a happening. Remember, you don't know anything about the difference between you and it. You haven't been told that. You've no words for the difference between inside and outside, between here and there. Nobody has taught you that what you see out in front of you is either near or far from your eyes. Watch a baby put out a finger to touch the moon. You don't know about that. Just, therefore,
Here it is. We'll just call it this. And if you will feel the going on, which includes absolutely everything you feel, well, whatever that is, it's what the Chinese call Tao, what Buddhists call suchness, or tathata. And it's a happening. It doesn't happen to you, because where is that? You, what you call you, is part of the happening, or an aspect of it. Has no parts. It's not like a machine. And it's a little scary, because you'd say, well, who's in control around here? Why should there be any? Now, that's a very weird notion we have, that processes require something outside them to control them. It never occurred to us that processes could be self-controlling. Even though we say to someone, control yourself. We can always, in order to think about self-control, we split a person in two. So that there's a you separate from the self that's supposed to be controlled. Well, how can that achieve anything? How can a noun start a verb? Yet it's a fundamental superstition that that can be done. So you have this process, which is quite spontaneous, going on. We call it life. It's controlling itself. It's aware of itself. It's aware of itself through you. You are an aperture through which the universe looks at itself. And because of the universe looking at itself through you, there's always an aspect of itself that it can't see. So it's just like that snake, you see, that is pursuing its tail. Because the snake can't see its head, like you can't. We always find, as we investigate the universe, make the microscope bigger and bigger, and we will find ever more minute things. Make the telescope bigger and bigger and bigger, and the universe expands because it's running away from itself. It won't do that if you don't chase it. So, it's a game of hide and seek. Really, when you ask the question, who is doing the chasing, you are still working under the assumption that every verb has to have a subject. That when there is an action, there has to be a doer. Well, that's what I will call a grammatical convention, leading to what Whitehead called the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Like the famous "it" in "It Is Raining." So when you say, there cannot be knowing without a knower, this is merely saying no more than there can't be a verb without a subject. And that's a grammatical rule and not a law of nature. Anything you can think of as a thing, as a noun, can be described by a verb. And there are languages which do that. It sounds awkward in English, but face it. When you look for doers as distinct from deeds, you can't find them. Just as when you look for stuff underlying the patterns of nature, you can't find any stuff. You just find more and more patterns.
There never was any stuff. It's a ghost. What we call stuff is simply patterns seen out of focus. And it's fuzzy. So we call it stuff. You know, like that K-pop. So, we have these words: energy, matter, being, reality, even Tao. And we can never find them. They always elude us entirely. Although we do have the very strong intuition that all this that we see is connected or related. So we speak of a universe, although that word really means one turn. It's your turn now. Or like you make one turn to look at yourself, but you can't make two turns and see what's looking. So it's very simple, therefore. You only have to understand that you can't do anything about it. And as they say in Zen, you cannot take hold of it, but you can't get rid of it. And in not being able to get it, you get it. So all these trials that gurus put their students through have as their ultimate object convincing you that you can't do anything. Only it's convincing you very thoroughly. It's convincing you in more than a theoretical way. Now, perhaps I shouldn't tell you that. But you see, I'm not a guru, in that I don't give individual spiritual direction to people. And I give away the guru's tricks. That may not be very good, but on the other hand, those tricks are only necessary in the sense that I would say to someone, it's necessary for you to go to a psychiatrist if you think you must. And if you are not going to be satisfied without going to Japan and studying Zen Buddhism from a Roshi, okay, you better go. It isn't necessary unless you say it is. If that's the only thing that will satisfy you, and you feel that deep down inside you. If you've got that yen, therefore you've got that yen. But if on the other hand you haven't, you haven't. And I'm not going to put you down on that account, you see. The point is, what do you want to do? What is it in you to do? But there it is, that you can struggle and struggle and struggle, and indeed will do so, as long as you have the feeling inside you that you're missing something. And people, your friends, all sorts of people will do their utmost to persuade you that you're missing something. Because they're missing something, and they think they're getting it through a certain way, and therefore, to assure themselves, they'd like you to do it too. So there's this thing. And you see, a clever guru beguiles his students by letting them have the feeling of success and accomplishment in certain directions. A guru gives people exercises, A, that are difficult but can be accomplished, and B, that are impossible. You'll always be hung up on the impossible ones, but the possible ones you will get a feeling of making progress, so that you will double your efforts to solve the impossible exercises. And then they range things in many, many ranks and levels through which you can advance. This stage of consciousness, that state of consciousness, or think of the degrees of masonry, or so on. Ranks in learning things, the different belts you get in judo and all that kind of jazz. You can do that. And it gives people the sense of competing with themselves or even with others, because of the feeling inside that there is just something I'm missing. And of course, if you are learning any sort of skill and you haven't perfected the skill, there is indeed something you're missing. But in this thing that we're talking about, that isn't true. Because you, as the Buddhists say, are Buddhas from the very beginning. And all that searching is like looking for your own head, which you can't see, and therefore might conceivably imagine that you're lost. So, that indeed is the point, that we don't see what looks, and therefore we think we've lost it. And so we're in search of the self, the Atman. Well, that's the one thing we can't find, because we have it. We are it. But we confuse it with all these images. So therefore, if you understand perfectly clearly that you can't do anything to find that very, very important thing, God, enlightenment, nirvana, whatever, then what? Well, I find, it's so stupid, because even if I tell myself, well, there's nothing I can do about it, why did I say that? You see? Why did I say that? Why did I go out of my way to tell myself there's nothing I can do about it? Because in the back of my mind there was a funny little feeling that if I did tell myself that, something different would happen. See? All right. So even that doesn't work. Nothing works. Now, when absolutely nothing works, where are you? Well, here we are. I mean, there's this feeling of something going on. Now, the world doesn't stop dead when there's nothing you can do. There's something happening. Now, just there, that's what I'm talking about. There's the happening. When you are not doing anything about it, you're not doing anything about it, you just can't help it. It goes on despite anything you think or worry about or whatever. Now, there is the point. Right there. And remember, although you will think at first that this is a kind of determinism, there are two reasons why it isn't. One, there is nobody being determined. Now, other people think of determinism as the direction of what happens by the past, the causation of what happens by the past. Now, if you will use your senses, you will see that that is a hallucination. The present does not come from the past. If you listen, and only listen, close your eyes, where do the sounds come from, according to your ears? You hear them coming out of silence. The sounds come, and then they fade off. They go like echoes, or echoes in the labyrinths of your brain, which we call memories. The sounds don't come from the past. They come out of now and trail off. You can do that later with your eyes. You can see, like when you're watching television, there's a vibration coming out from the screen to your eyes. And it starts from there somehow. Because we see the hands, and then they move, we think that the movement is caused by the hands, and that the hands were there before, and so can move later. We don't see that our memory of the hands is an echo of their always being now. They never were, they never will be, they're always now. So is the motion. And that is recollected is the trailing off echo like the wake of a ship. And so just as the wake doesn't move the ship, the past does not move the present, unless you insist that it does. And if you say, well, naturally always moved by the past, that's an alibi. And it completely fails to explain how you ever learn anything new. That's why all the psychologists, who are mostly behaviorists, are completely bogged down in trying to find a theory of learning. Because according to the theory of learning that we have, everything that new that you assimilate is really only learned when translated into terms of what you already know. So in that sense, learning becomes like a library which increases only by the addition of books about books already in it. A lot of libraries are indeed like that. So that's what we call scholasticism. So then, you become aware that this happening isn't happening to you because you are the happening. The only you there is what's going on. Yeah, feel it. And disregard these stupid distinctions that you've been taught. I mean, stupid relatively speaking. And feel it genuinely. When you feel it genuinely, you get down to rock bottom, all that isn't there. That's a game that's been erected on it. And it isn't determined. In other words, you get this odd feeling of a synthesis between doing and happening, in which doing is as much happening as happening, and happening is as much doing as doing. And if you're not very careful at that point, you'll proclaim yourself God Almighty, in the Hebrew Christian sense. Like Freud alleges babies feel that they're omnipotent. And in a way they are. I am omnipotent insofar as I'm the universe. But I'm not omnipotent in the role of Alan Watts. Only cunning. So now then, this sensation of the happening is basic to all we want to explore. With that in mind, we can go on now to the question of pain and our so-called reactions to it. And once again you will see that the problem as posed immediately sets up the duality of the pain and the one who suffers it, the one who offers resistance. And therefore, reasoning from that, you could quite easily see that a great deal of the energy of pain is derived from the resistance offered to it. And that resistance takes very many forms, not only of attempts to get away from a pain which is present. Let's suppose you try to run away from a migraine headache. As you carry it with you, you can't get away from it, and it seems to be absolutely in the middle of everything that you are. So that however much you thresh and resist, the pain goes with the threshing. Other forms of pain are problematic to a large extent because of our prior anxiety about them, and because of the valuations that we put on them. And we may as well start from that point. And what we very largely dislike about people in pain is the noise they make. When I challenged R.H. Blythe and said, "You're a vegetarian, but don't you realize that plants have feelings?" He said, "Yes, I do, but they don't scream so loudly." And so, say in a hospital or any place like that, it is taboo to scream, because you must understand that hospitals and any institution of that kind is run for the convenience of the staff. All institutions are. And so everything is done in such a way as to interiorize, localize pain. Of course, in a way that makes it worse. So we have a big, big social problem, fundamental, right from the beginning, about our reaction to anything painful. And these are very odd things. Let's take, for example, when a child has eaten something that doesn't agree with it and it vomits. Now, you well know that when you've got a bad stomach, that vomiting is a very pleasant release from that. But because when Mama sees the vomit, or somebody else does, they say, ugh, you are taught that doing it is socially unacceptable, and therefore people suppress vomiting and learn from their parents that it's nasty, just as they learn that excrement is nasty, and just as they learn to worry about disease and death. Now, there really isn't anything radically wrong with being sick or with dying. Who said you're supposed to survive? Who gave you the idea that it's a gas to go on and on and on? And we can't say that it's a good thing for everything to go on living from the very simple demonstration that if we enable everybody to go on living, we overcrowd ourselves. That we're like an unpruned tree. And so therefore, one person who dies in a way is honorable because he's making room for others. And the panic that all life everywhere must be saved, although each one of us individually will naturally appreciate it when anybody saves our life, if we apply that case, you see, all around, we can see that it's not workable. We can also look further into it and see that if our death could be indefinitely postponed, we would not actually go on postponing it indefinitely. Because after a certain point, we would realize that that isn't the way in which we wanted to survive. Why else would we have children? Because children arrange for us to survive in another way. By, as it were, passing on a torch, so that you don't have to carry it all the time. There comes a point where you can give it up and say, now you work. It's a far more amusing arrangement for nature to continue the process of life through different individuals than it is always with the same individual. Because as each new individual approaches life, life is renewed. And one remembers how fascinating the most ordinary everyday things are to a child. Because they see them all as marvelous, because they see them all in a way that is not related to survival and profit. When we get to thinking of everything in terms of survival and profit value, as we do, then the shapes of scratches on the floor cease to have magic. And most things, in fact, cease to have magic. So therefore, in the course of nature, once we have ceased to see magic in the world anymore, we are no longer fulfilling nature's game of being aware of itself. There's no point in it anymore. And so we die. And so something else comes to birth, which gets an entirely new view. And so nature's self-awareness is a game worth the candle. It is not, therefore, natural for us to wish to prolong life indefinitely. But we live in a culture where it has been rubbed into us in every conceivable way that to die is a terrible thing. And that is a tremendous disease from which our culture in particular suffers. And we notice it firstly in the way in which death is swept under the carpet. This is one of the major problems in hospital work. When a family conspires with the doctor to keep from grandmother the knowledge that she is dying. Grandmother suspects that she is dying, but probably doesn't really want to know for sure. And her family talk with her in such a way as to say, well, it'll be, you'll probably be getting all right in a few weeks. Won't it be nice to be able to do this, that, and the other? Because they have this funny feeling that it's important to build up courage and hope. And so they become liars, and a mutual mistrust develops. Because once you are playing the game on that level, you tend to play the mistrust on other levels. And so the person is left to die alone, suddenly, unprepared, and doped up to the point where death hardly happens. And there is no derivation from it of the peculiar spiritual experience that can come with death. Back in 1958, I was in Zurich, and there met a most extraordinary man by the name of Karlfried von Dürkheim. He was a former German diplomat who had studied Zen in Japan. And when he came back after the war, he opened a meditation school and retreat in the Black Forest. He said, well, I tell you what, a lot of my work has to do with people who went through spiritual crises during the war. And he said, you know, we all know that when a person's in an absolutely extreme situation and they accept it, there is a possibility of a natural satori. And that's what I mean when I was explaining that when one gets to an extreme, that is to say, to the point where you realize that there is nothing you can do about life, nothing you could not do about life, then you're the mosquito biting the iron bull. Well, so in the same way he said, look, you heard a bomb coming at you. You could hear it whistle. And you knew it was right above you and headed straight at you and that you were finished. And you accepted it. And suddenly, there was this strange feeling that everything is absolutely clear. You suddenly see that there isn't a grain of dust in the whole universe that's in the wrong place. That you understand completely, absolutely, totally what it's all about. Because you can't say what it is. But he said in so many cases the bomb was a dud and they lived to tell the tale. Or he said you were in a concentration camp. You've been there so long that you gave up all hope whatsoever, ever getting out. You were just going through this miserable boring, degrading grind, week after week after week. Nobody paid the slightest attention to you as an individual. You knew you would never get out, and you accepted it. And suddenly, something changed. It's an extraordinary feeling. Freedom. Or he said, you were a displaced refugee. You had lost your family. You didn't know whether they even existed. You were miles from your home. You didn't know whether it existed. You had lost your job, your very identity. You were absolutely nowhere, and you accepted it. And suddenly, you were as light as a feather and free as the air. Now he said, so many people have had those experiences, and they talk about them to their families and friends, and they say, oh, well, you were under terrific pressure, and you probably had some hallucination, you know? Well, he said, I am showing those people that so far from having a hallucination, those were the few occasions in which they woke up. So, you see, this is always the opportunity presented by death. That if one can go into death with eyes open and have somebody help you, if necessary, to give up before you die, this extraordinary thing can happen to you. So that from your standpoint, in that position, at that time, you would say, I wouldn't have missed that opportunity for the world. Now I understand why we die. The reason we die is to give us the opportunity to understand what life's all about. By letting go. Because then we come to a situation that the ego can't deal with. When we are no longer hypnotized by that, then our natural consciousness can see clearly what all this universe is for. So, therefore, we have missed this golden opportunity by institutionalizing death out of the way, instead of having a socially understood acceptance of death and rejoicing in death. Now, I could imagine that one person would want to rejoice in death in an entirely different way from another. Like, say, a wedding is a rite of passage. There are certainly some forms of celebrating a wedding which I would find a total bore and quite offensive. Other ways would be very good. I would enjoy it. So everybody, in other words, I'm not saying that you've got to get mixed up with a lot of people coming, laughing around you and giving you presents and cards and everything because you're going to die. But I'm only indicating a general thing, that the doctor, the ministers, the psychiatrists, and above all, us, really owe it to our friends to work out an entirely new approach to death. Because what has happened, you see, from earliest childhood, the child learned that great uncle was dying and saw the family put on long faces and say, oh, that's too bad. Even Christians who think they're going to go to heaven, you know, they get absolutely morbid, more so than anybody else, about death, because heaven, as they all know, is a very boring place. And so, this frightful thing, death. One understands that for the living, to lose someone you love, or even for a dying person to worry about what on earth my wife, my children, my whatever are going to do without me. One can understand a certain worry in that. But nobody is indispensable. And there comes a point when you have to say, I'm sorry, but I am completely going to abandon responsibility for anything. Because there is no further way I can do it. This is another way of that surrender.
then the curious thing that occurs is the moment all that has dropped, suddenly it dawns on you that to be important, existence does not have to go on any longer than a moment. Quantitative continuity is of no value. How long can you hold your breath? Who cares? So it follows from that, you see, that if any one of us, without being shocked into it by being bombed or put in a concentration camp, could at this moment be as one about to die, genuinely, honestly, we would understand the mystery of life. Because death is in a certain sense, the source of life. Just as we see in nature, when the leaves fall from the trees, they mold and rot. And this supplies humus, from which more plants can grow. It's a cycle like that. But in every way, symbolic and otherwise, human beings try to stop that cycle. Unamuno said, human beings are the only species that hoard their dead. And therefore, with the ghastly art of the mortician, we try to make the body unpalatable to the worms, and so to stop life, as if to be eaten in due course were an indignity to the human being, whereas we eat everything else and we give nothing back. So that is a kind of a social symptom of our profound disorientation with respect to death. We think death is unnatural, and furthermore, in our culture, we think birth is a disease. Send a mama to the hospital. Or the most unnatural, weird kind of parturition. In other words, more and more one regards the healthy and inevitable and natural transformations of the body as pathological. I can imagine, people having sexual intercourse on an operating table to be sure that the whole thing is hygienic. Everything about us like that is become over interfered with by specialists, and less the province of our own preferences. It's very, very hard indeed to die in your own way without some blasted bunch of relatives come fussing around and insisting that you go to a hospital, that you get fixed with the tortures of being fed through tubes and things to keep you alive indefinitely and waste the family savings. It's even a crime to commit suicide. Now, this is simply nonsense. It's this perfect panic to survive at all costs. Now, let's get practical. You say, okay, I understand what you are saying theoretically, but I know that I would be terrified if somebody was going to tell me that I'm going to die. And that I would look frantically around for some doctor, some sort of something, that this panic to live is in us in an uncontrollable way, and this is part of the reason why we say we have an instinct to survive. The instinct is this panic. So let's take another step now, in the same way as I showed you steps about realizing that you don't have an ego. You say to yourself in the ordinary way, when you feel that panic, you feel a bit ashamed of it, even though you've been taught that you should do everything possible to survive. See what a bind you're in here? So one feels, oh goodness, I must face this thing calmly and bravely and not be in this panic. But the point of the fact is, you are in a panic and you can't stop it.
Now that's very important, because this is another way of showing you the same thing that death is showing you, that you can't do anything about it. Just as when you finally realize you can't do anything about the death, you could have solved all that before by understanding you couldn't do anything about the panic. But if you think all the time, I'm supposed to stop this panic, then all that happens is you're at cross purposes with yourself again. Panic is, of course, put off in the ordinary way. We all know we're going to die. But it's sufficiently far off so that we can put it out of our minds. And anybody who does put it into our minds in the ordinary way is taken to be a skeleton at the banquet, a Cassandra, and gloomy, so that the old-fashioned preacher of bygone days who preached about death, and those monks who kept skulls on their desks, and all that sort of thing is regarded today as very morbid. Why, in the Baroque times, there was a fashion for a while of making tombstones with marvelous sculptures of skeletons and bones on them. And on the Via Veneto in Rome, there is a Capuchin church where down in the crypt there are chapels made where the altar furnishings and everything are made entirely from the bones of departed monks. Then we have among Tibetans and in Buddhists graveyard meditations, and they have trumpets in Tibetan Buddhism made of human thigh bones, and they have cups, ritual cups made of the domes of human skulls, richly worked in silver and turquoise. We say all that is very morbid. So, from this point of view, you can see, first of all, theoretically, how death can solve its own problem. Now, if you say, I can only see it theoretically, and I can't go the whole way with you, then I will ask you, what is blocking you? You say, it gives me the heebie-jeebies and the horrors. I say, all right, so death is not the problem, the heebie-jeebies is the problem. So let's deal with the heebie-jeebies in the same way as with death. You cannot stop the heebie-jeebies. You think you should. I say, don't. The heebie-jeebies are very valuable. Not that they will stop you from dying, but because from them you will learn the same thing as you would learn from dying. But the social pressure on you to resist the heebie-jeebies is terrific. Now, why must you do that? Why is everybody saying these heebie-jeebies, these fears, etc., are not permissible? You wonder about that, and the reasoning behind all that is not very clear, because it seems to be saying, well, if you have all these fears and things like that, you won't be a very good soldier. You won't be able to act competently in a crisis. You'll get the heebie-jeebies instead, and you won't know what to do. Well, nobody has ever really proved that. Because actually, people who we would call very courageous are, in fact, often quite frightened. And courageous action is not necessarily a consequence of having no fear. Sometimes it might be, but it isn't always so. The real reason why the heebie-jeebies are suppressed has more to do with its orgiastic aspects. Wherever the human organism gets into a certain kind of extreme, it starts an oscillating process going. Just as it does in sexual orgasm. And that oscillating process will inspire in others an emotion which they cannot identify either as disgust or as lust. They don't know quite what it is. All those extreme situations, terror, and, as we shall see more, response to pain, have an orgiastic quality. And they are therefore embarrassing because they conflict with our image of ourselves as in control, composed, deported. That's in the sense of deportment. But it would be shameful, in a way. You might not want to look at your own face in a state of complete sexual rapture. As a matter of fact, if you saw a photograph of your face, you wouldn't be able to tell whether you were in pleasure or in pain. It might be either. Because then, you see, what has happened is that a tide, a vibration, a pulsation, has taken over the whole being. So that you are, as it were, in the possession of a god. And that's something taboo. We see, don't we, all that we experience is understandable as a spectrum of vibrations. There are different kinds of spectra. There's the spectrum of light, there's the spectrum of sound. We can also think of spectra of smells, of tactile feelings, of emotions, and so on, all down the line. We are, as it were, living in the midst of a woven tapestry of many dimensions, in which the warps and the woofs are all these different spectra, various kinds of vibrations. And as on the loom, the warp crosses the woof, and if you didn't have one, you wouldn't have the other. It takes two to reveal the pattern. So see yourselves as patterns in a weaving system. You wouldn't be here if it weren't for the interlocking of all these different spectra. So then, here they go, and these things are vibrating. Now, when it reaches a certain point, you say, oh, that's too much. When it reaches another point, you say, it's not enough. Why, there's nothing here. I don't feel a thing. No, I'm going to go to sleep. But on the other end, you say, no, you're going far enough. If you go any further, that's going to tear things apart. I can't withhold this tension. Now, so some people will say, all right, now relax, take it easy. But often you see the point is you can't do that. So then, what I would say to the person who cannot relax, I will stress his tension. Go the other way. In other words, go with the line of least resistance. Say, okay, you're tense about all this. Now let's say really tense. Let's scream, no. See, get violent inside. This is not to happen, see? But so that one way or the other, you see, it doesn't matter which you go, you begin to get into this thing. Which is what is happening when the boat of life begins really to rock. Get rocking with it by whatever way is open. But you are not going to force the issue here. Instead of saying to you, you should be doing it another way than you're doing it, I would be saying, now find out the way you must do it and go that way. Now, this is a general principle of an art, and we will find there is a kind of there are limits to this art and how it can be used and so forth. But once the general principles are clear, there aren't many serious problems left. That if you begin to look at it in that way, you will begin to realize that ecstasy, by one road or another, is inevitable. That indeed ecstasy is, in a way, the nature of existence. There is a universe for the simple reason that it's ecstatic. What else is all this fireworks about? It is just like music in this ecstatic thing going on. And you have to be certainly careful in a little way here that any initiation into a deep wisdom is apt at first to demotivate you. You think, what the hell am I doing? And all these projects, building this up and that up, or doing something to save the world, or so on and so forth. Why? The whole thing is nonsense. Yes. If you stick there, that's what they call in Mahayana Buddhism the Pratyeka Buddha. That means the private Buddha, as distinct from Bodhisattva, who comes back into everyday life, as they say, for the liberation of all other sentient beings. Because when you know that all this is all right anyway, and that the situation is inevitable ecstasy, I mean, you're going to get it one way or another. Then you say, well, what was all the fuss about? The fact remains that a lot of people just don't know that. And are really hating life, not knowing how to handle hate. And if you are at a certain point, you know those other people are you. They're like, you had an extended body and all these were nerve ends on the end of it. However, you know also that you can't really show them anything they don't already know, and won't be able to show them anything else until they know it. But then, the question, what shall I do, has now disappeared. It should have disappeared in the beginning, because there wasn't any real harm. It was just the happening. And so that question brings us back again to the experience itself. See? And that's the only way that you can answer the question, is from the experience. You would say, what would happen if? The answer is only, you must feel it, then you will know. And the people who hear about this and say, well, wouldn't everybody become totally callous and impassive? Well, how can you assure me that that wouldn't happen? I say, I can't. But you must get into this state. Then you will find out. There's just no you to get into it anyway. And furthermore, I once asked a Japanese why he didn't wear a kimono anymore. And he said, you can't run for a bus in a kimono. Well, it's perfectly true. Unless you hoist it up and tie it into the belt, you can't. And that's rather undignified. But the thing is that in this age that is now forthcoming, when we're going to cut down the working hours because of automation, People have got to learn to saunter and dawdle. Otherwise they'll get into mischief. And so forms of clothing which are supremely comfortable, which require a kind of a sauntering attitude to life, are going to be very important for the future of civilization. I love the story of a conversation at an English country house at a dinner party, where the hostess started up the question of death and asked the various guests what they thought was going to happen to them when they died. And some thought about reincarnation, and others thought about various kinds of different planes of being, and others thought they were going to be annihilated. But none of the guests had answered except Sir Roderick, who was a kind of a military type, but a very devout pillar of the Church of England.